Good morning, my MGTOW brothers. I hope everybody's okay. Had a great night. All kinds of wonderful stuff. Tug test complete. Lights on. Let's go for a drive. Ooh, one more thing to do. One more thing to do. Woof woof. Good morning, RO. And how are you today?
What in the heck's going on, bro? Oh my god. How am I today? There's got to be some
Yeah.
fucking mold or something in this house, man. I'm telling you, there's got to be something in here because my
All right.
nose is running. I feel like horse shit. I don't know what's going on in this place.
Well, if your nose is running, at least you're getting some exercise.
Oh, come on now. Yeah, I'm getting worn out just doing that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucker.
I
So
can't
yeah,
resist a dad joke. You know that.
it's right there. It's right there.
Yeah.
It's like a softball. You couldn't help it. You couldn't help it.
Yeah. I take it
So now
you
I got to.
didn't crash.
No, no, made it. But did you get my question from yesterday? Did you hear all that?
Uh, I've slept
I can
since then.
explain
What are
it.
you?
I can explain it to you real quick because you're an aviation guy, so you know this stuff. They spent over 2 hours figuring out something with the fuel on the aircraft because they didn't have their calculator, and I the only thing I could figure is they have to calculate what pounds or what. I'm not sure what they're doing, but they couldn't do the
Well,
calculation. Yeah,
what they generally do is they put just enough fuel plus 10%, right?
right.
And that's dependent upon the weight of the aircraft.
Sure. So
So,
you got the weight of the aircraft. You got I don't know what else.
well,
The
the
distance,
useful,
all kinds of shit. Yeah, yeah,
the useful load will determine that. Plus
yeah.
the weight of the aircraft. It's
Right.
pretty fucking basic shit. And there's
Yeah.
generally a table that is included in the flight manual, which
Hmm.
is required to be in the cockpit at all times
Right.
when the aircraft
That's,
is in service, right?
sure.
It should have been a 10-minute job at the most. You have sensors on all of your landing gear that tell you the pressure in that landing gear. It's pre-pressurized. The oleo struts are pre-pressurized
Hmm.
to whatever the manufacturer calls out for their pressure to be. You put
Yes.
people in cargo on the airplane, it increases the pressure in your fucking landing gear, so you know by looking at your gauges in the cockpit how much the motherfucker weighs,
Right. Of course. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Then you go to the chart that shows that fucking weight, and it will tell you your fuel burn rate.
Yeah. Sure.
It's
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
going to have
there's.
you know,
I was just
and
gonna.
then you
I mean, there's. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
then you calculate your speed, your average speed between here and there, and
Right.
that's how much fuel you need. Then you add 10%.
That seems pretty straightforward, and
Yeah,
I think we got the pilots reporting they need X. Right. They have all the charts and they know what the weight of the thing is. So they
right.
reported that to the guys putting the fuel in. We need 170,000 pounds or whatever the fuck. Right.
Yeah, yeah,
But the problem was that they couldn't figure out how to give the aircraft what the pilot asked them to do because their software was broken.
yeah.
I'm not
If you
kidding.
if you're talking about B2, that was little bit.
No, we're not. We're talking about some type of commercial airplane that
Uh,
he flew on
It was
yesterday to go
it was an
from
Airbus
Missouri to
319.
Florida.
Yeah.
oh no, for passenger stuff, it can be only two reasons why they can run tail. It's because of balance. Because on passenger cargo ships they can mess up and put too much weight not evenly distributed in cargo bay, and then they need to remove it and put it back few times. Still, they not achieve the balance
Well,
because
we're
you
not
don't worry.
talking about that, Constantine. We're talking about a logistics problem. It appears
Yeah.
Yeah.
they weren't able to communicate effectively how much fuel they needed.
Yeah.
Strange. They forget English Wow.
Well, it was like 2 hours into the. We're literally sitting in the plane for we're 2 hours. I mean, we would have been in Charlotte already, right? So we're sitting on the tarmac right at the gate for like two some hours after we were supposed to take off, right? The flight itself was an hour and 20 minutes. So it's like, okay. And the pilot said, "Hey, we're doing everything we can. We're talking to our team on the ground here, blah 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 blah." Right. And so he came out and said, "Well, it turns out that the guys putting the fuel in, their software calculator is broken. It doesn't work, so they're having a difficult time doing the math on what they need to do." And it's like, what? How hard can this be?
Not very
Maybe it's a lot
hard.
harder because I don't know, right?
Well, fuel has a set weight, and you
Yes.
put it in by the weight, not by the gallons.
Right. Yeah, I want 10,000 pounds of fuel or whatever it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But I was wondering, I mean, does the environment, does that change it in any way? That's weird or not?
It changes
Hmm.
the vapor pressure, and
Yeah.
but it's not that much expansion uh, of a liquid, in this case kerosene,
Right. Kerosene.
between
Yeah.
a you know standard temperature and pressure and whatever the temperature was for you yesterday.
Sure. So like I said, I don't know all this stuff. That's why I'm asking you and Constantine because you guys know. It was like 100 degrees,
Doesn't matter.
and well, I'm just explaining it to you.
Hmm.
If
Right.
you
Well,
give me a break here, I'll tell you what I know, and then you can say it doesn't fucking matter. Jeez.
well,
Uh,
the fuel is pretty much at the ambient temperature of whatever the fuel tank was when they
right,
pumped it out, whether it's an above ground tank or an underground tank.
right. And I think it's
And
underground,
yeah,
but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
and it will remain as long as the fuel truck doesn't sit outside forever. It will remain that temperature pretty much, close enough for government work
Right,
until it goes onto the airplane. It's not the outside temperature that matters, it's what the
right.
temperature is of the fuel in the tank.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough. And I think they had one of those pumper things, so I
Yeah.
assume they pump it out of the tank in the ground, and then they hook it to the plane, and they just pump it in, right? I think that's how it works.
Most of the time they have fuel trucks.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I saw a fuel. Well, maybe I just didn't see. Right, or stuck in the plane. So who the hell knows what they were doing? But
Right, and they fuel up underneath the wing, so it's kind of hard for somebody sitting in the plane to see it.
right, because I saw them hook it up. I was sitting in the terminal, and I saw that they had the fuel hose attached.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah, so
Maybe
I
they
saw
have
that part
maybe
anyway.
they have fuel there. Great.
Yeah. I don't know, but yeah. So the temperature doesn't matter. It's not the ambient. It's the temperature of the fuel. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So again, what the hell were they having such a hard time calculating? What I think is maybe they just didn't know that this stuff doesn't matter, right? Maybe I don't know. But
Maybe they just fuck up with management because management don't want to pay for fuel. You can't imagine how many people want to make a own strange decision because they want to save some money.
sure, yeah,
People
no,
can
yeah,
do
totally,
so many strange things that can be dangerous because they want water finish with some reduction or something that provides them with benefit or some other pay rate adjustment. And they don't care about efficiency, about everything. People are greedy.
yeah.
Yep.
Maybe you're right, Constantine. They were worried about, well, what's really 10%? Do we really need 10%? Maybe blah blah
Yeah,
blah. Who knows? Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Because
Oh,
as always, if you have experienced people, they can do it in 5-10 minutes without any issue. Maybe for them it takes 2 hours to take that for approval from management
That
for
could
that
be.
amount of fuel. And that's really different story. And how any people who work a little bit with corporation, you probably have such experience when they don't want to spend few $100 just for something that can give extra benefits for whole process. But no, it's not in
And
budget.
it gets even worse, Constantine, because most airports in the United States have ground service companies that are subcontracted to the carriers, the aircraft
Right.
carriers. So not only one layer of management, but two.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So whatever the case may be, it could have been the cost, it could have been whatever. We sat there for 2 hours, and of course, what does that do? Well, that fucks up the rest of your schedule, doesn't it? And so
Yep.
whoever made that decision to sit there for 2 hours wasn't taking into account all the cost and et cetera downstream. Because when I got there, okay, so we got to Charlotte, and it was about 2:15, and I was supposed to be there at like 12, right? So I mean, whatever, right? I'm done there, I'm fine. And so I get there, and the other plane is at the like an adjacent terminal gate or whatever, right? So I just walked over there, and of course, American Airlines said oh yeah, we got you booked on this other flight. It takes off at 3 o'clock. Oh, okay. Then I get over there, and the woman is like, "You're not on this. You ain't going on this plane." I'm like, "Oh shit!" All right, because apparently their software or whatever didn't update everything, and blah 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 blah. Right. So, long story short, she got me on the plane because there were some people in standby that didn't wait. Right. So I got in the emergency row. So I was in seat 11C, and I had all kinds of leg room and shit. And that seat itself costs you $100, right? Normally, but since they were just putting me anywhere, I got it, and that was pretty cool. So yeah, it was kind of a fiasco. But I mean, you get a delayed flight, you get every other flight that's depending on that aircraft is going to be delayed. So whoever was doing the gas bid, if it was a cost thing, they didn't do the analysis correctly because, hey, what's it going to cost you to rebook all these people and blah, 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 right? So,
And that's just not their not my circus, not my monkey. They responsible only
yeah,
for fuel, and
yeah,
that's management position. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I
yep.
so many times saw something like that.
And I'm
So
glad
normal.
to hear that you really like my saying, Constantine. That's great.
Not my
Not my,
circus, not my monkey. I like it.
yeah.
That's good. I like it. So, yeah, so that was fun.
Mm,
Oh, and
But got
Constantine, are you at a laptop or a
mm,
computer, or are you
on
on your phone?
computer, sure. On computer.
Can you look at my account and share the short that I made this morning? Uh,
Ah, I
oh,
saw.
I saw it.
Good. Do you want that I put it in that?
yeah, put it on StreamYard, and that way I'll play it for this stream.
Okay. A day of infamy. You want that I?
Yes, that's the one.
Yep. Yep. I will just put it on YouTube. Yep, in chat or here.
No, here in
Comments.
StreamYard.
I
No,
will.
it's share. It should be under the share function in.
I not see share function here. I
All
can
right,
put
if
in
you go
pure.
to, do you see where the three dots are down there where it says more?
I have only settings. I can just.
Okay. Don't
I
worry
have
about it.
edit name, edit avatar, stop mic rem, remove from stage.
No, none of that. None of that.
It's all what I have on my side.
Okay.
I can print it on YouTube in comments, but here I
No,
have limited stuff.
no. Uh, I can't talk you through it if you don't have. Down at the bottom of mine, it says more,
No,
and there's three dots above it.
no. I don't
You
have
don't
it.
have that. Okay. Well, anyways, the for those of you who haven't seen it, My argument is that what we did to Iran over the weekend is the same as what the Japanese did to the fleet in Pearl Harbor on December 7th.
Yep. Unfortunately, on one side, if you proclaim a war and go in with war effort, you can do that. Why you don't do that, I don't understand. But yes, oh, just shut up, just bomb, and just not say anything. Just somehow that's all explode. It happens.
Hey, Brandon, I could probably share it if you want me to.
Oh, I thought you were traveling. Okay, but yeah, if you
Oh no,
want,
no,
that's
I'm
great.
no, I'm here. I'm here in FLA, baby.
Okay, and you
Share
have that
screen.
button.
Let's see. Share. Ooh. All right. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
June 21st, 2025 is a new day of infamy. Only this time, we are the aggressors. America bombed the Islamic Republic of Iran. I know how America would respond to such an attack. War is here, just not on paper yet, boys. Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir.
So I've been absolutely appalled by the commenters on all this stuff that nobody thinks that we're at war just because Donald Trump didn't say we're at war. Fucking, I cannot believe the sheer stupidity I'm fucking hearing by the
Uh,
vast majority of people who are commenting on this event. I
I'm
don't think they understand what happens when you blow someone up. You piss them off.
I'm so sorry. Russia never proclaimed war against Ukraine.
Well,
It's mean we'd not have a war?
yeah.
It's what? How to, uh,
Well, the United States never proclaimed a war against Vietnam.
they help allies because they not fight against. It's
Okay,
never war because
all of those guys,
South
all,
Vietnam was independent country in the United States, and it just was allies. They fight
well,
against not
it,
militant.
right, Korea was never a war, but
It was resolution of United Nations.
it
It's
was
operation under United Nations. It was official.
it was a police action.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
they've been pulling this shit for a long time and trying to
Mm-hmm.
fucking rebrand
Yep.
fucking murder, death, and mayhem.
Yep. Definitely.
And I'm fucking just calling an ace and a spade a spade.
Yep. No, it's definitely over. Yep. Without any doubt, it's if you use military, it's usually war. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If you use police force, yes. You use CIA, it's not a war. You use something happens without anybody. It's not a war. It's maybe terrorism. It's maybe special operation. Anything. When you join military forces, sorry, under your flag, it's war. It's act of war. Act of war. It's how it's works.
yeah. Our
Sorry, people.
military attacked their
Territory.
well, their territory, but our military attacked their military.
Yep.
Just the portion of their military that's responsible for building bombs.
Yep.
You know,
Hmm.
it's
Sometimes.
fucking war.
There's no question about that. Yep.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I hope.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. We
oh,
will.
and yeah, I hope's all and fine, but yep.
Yeah, I think it's a great disappointment.
That's
Uh,
an understatement.
the president, he ran on no wars and all that shit. And what does he do 3 months in? Here's a war. Come on.
Mhm.
Now, I suppose you could, I suppose, somewhat legitimately make the argument, well, they're going to get a nuke and they're going to nuke, but I don't think it's just Israel. They must have got the agreement from all the, or at least most of the Mideast states. I don't think they want Iran with a nuclear weapon either, to be honest, right?
No, nobody
So
wants that.
we may have been we may have been a proxy, not only for Israel but for Saudi Arabia and some of the other Mideast states. They don't want those guys having a fucking nuke either, you know. So
Nobody
it always comes
wants
down to the world police, the United States, always.
because they want you won't be dominant power in the world. Sorry, it is
Uh-huh.
like at work. If you give everybody opportunity to have their own nuclear weapon and you can dictate everybody your rules, that's will be end. North Korea, it's just funny country that can be flattened in few days. Just have nuclear bombs and they can do what they want. That's
Yeah.
all.
Well, the specific aim of Iran is to wipe Israel off the map, and so if they had a nuke, they would use it. I'm afraid.
It's
I don't
much
think there's any
harder.
way to get her. Well, there's always complications and details, yes,
Yeah, and
but
their main idea it's not keeping power. Why they fight against Israel? Just because it's one idea that gives them allies around Arabic world. Because a lot of them just hate Israel. And
hmm
if they have nukes and maybe have its separate stuff that they was sure that nobody touched them, maybe they'd not use them. But nobody want to check it. It's such
well, I mean,
bargaining that nobody want to accept.
The problem uh, with your logic right there, Constantine, is Israel has nukes, even though they've
yeah,
never admitted it. They have nukes. They
Yeah.
tested it off the coast of South Africa back in the 1970s.
yeah, they have nukes. There's no question about that. They probably stole it from us, or we gave it to them. It
Oh,
depends,
100% they stole it from us, but
Yeah.
They pay for them to French. They have separate nukes. Not always it's United States.
Well, Iraq, I believe, was paying the French for a nuclear. That was 1982. Remember when Israel went over and took out that nuclear plant, which was a interesting story. I'm sure you guys have heard it, right?
yes.
Yeah.
1982, where I believe they stripped everything off of their freaking jets so they could have just barely enough fuel to get over there and do the job and come home back to Israel. It's an amazing story, really. But
Mm,
I believe the French were involved in providing peaceful nuclear reactors for Iraq to have power. That was the cover story, but of course the real story was that they wanted to make nuclear weapons. So yeah, Constantine, if you're not familiar with that, look that up. It's really an
No, I
interesting.
know the story
Yeah,
about how Israel is bombarded nuclear facility. In that time, it's Israel want to survive. They make a lot of impossible on first glance deeds, and we need to accept that. For me, just yes, I understand. That happens, and all know about it. And I understand that all the situation with dictatorship and all that stuff, it's huge trouble. But again, nuclear powers do what they want. Russia attacked Ukraine, United States attack Iran, and smaller country not trust.
Israel attacked Iran.
Yeah,
yeah.
uh, and nobody will trust each other. That means soon all who can get access to nukes will get access. I will turn to you a little bit later.
All right.
Okay.
Constantine
See
is
ya.
actually having to work for a living today.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. All right, let's see. But anyway, yeah, no, it's very disappointing. I can kind of see where they're going, but yeah, I really just, come on now. Israel took care of the job themselves. Why did we have to go in and show our dick was bigger or something? I don't know.
Well, apparently there was some facilities they couldn't hit,
So they
which
couldn't
I
get
don't
at it.
believe. I don't believe. First of all, I don't believe they had, the capacity to make a bomb.
Right.
We've
But
been
what I
hearing
heard,
that they are
yeah.
months away for fucking 30 years.
Well, certainly over the last several, yeah. I don't know about the last 30, but yeah. I mean,
When
with
I
the
was when I was in the Navy, they were saying the same thing.
really,
Yes.
well,
So
they didn't manage to get them up until, well, who knows where they're at. But whatever state they were in, now it's over. They're back to T0, apparently.
maybe.
Yeah. Because, one thing that I was thinking, because, Iranians are obviously not foolish people. If they had a bunch of enriched uranium, why would they leave it at the nuclear site? Because that's obviously going to be a target, right?
Yeah.
I would put it somewhere else, out in the middle of the desert where nobody knows. But then again, Israel, they got a lot of spies over there, so they know what's going on. So, and I'm sure there's some Iranian people that are not happy with the regime and all that stuff, so they're probably willing to help, you know what I mean? So who knows? But I mean, it's the same horseshit that we heard about the Iraq War, and I think we agree that was a bunch of bullshit. Oh, he's got weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, okay. You mean the ones we sold him? Yeah.
No,
That's
they're talking about the chemical weapons.
chemical weapons, right?
And he did have them. He used them
Yeah,
against the Kurds, but
Mhm.
in the first Iraq War, he got a call from Bush Sr. saying, "Hey, if you use this shit, you're going to glow in the dark," and Saddam believed him.
Huh? Really?
Yeah. And the only thing that we found in our exhaustive search for those chemical weapons was some old artillery shells that were still filled with
Mhm.
like mustard gas or something
Right.
that were buried in the first Iraq War.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about like using chemical weapons, you have to use it when you put it in the shell within a few hours, or else it goes bad because it's highly reactive.
Sure.
So they found the chemical weapons, but they were useless and not
Yeah.
really a danger.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that it was, but I mean, the Bush administration kept saying weapons of mass destruction. Theoretically, yes, they are, but the implication was he's got nuclear weapons. That's what they were really trying to get people to believe.
That's
And
what
he
they were
did.
trying.
As far as we know, he didn't have nuclear weapons.
No.
So, like I said, in '82, the Israel took out their reactor, and so they couldn't theoretically make it themselves. They could buy it probably from somewhere, but who knows? Russia, who knows? But
When the Soviet Union fell, that was the time to buy your nuclear weapons.
right,
Not a nuclear,
exactly.
Or you could just hire one of the scientists.
Yeah.
Howdy who? Hello, Papa Smurf.
Papa Smurf. Hello.
And anybody else I missed, I just have a very tiny amount of screen that shows the chat.
Well, hey, Brandon, you know what? I have a whole big computer. I can tell you who's in here. You want to know?
Yes.
I'll do that. Here, I'll stop sharing that. And let's go to the stream. We got Who 346. MGTOW Smurf is here. Earthium, results oriented. Jerry the Warhorse is here.
Hello, Jerry. RO, I've already greeted. Woof woof.
And Jerry the Warhorse says 6.7 pounds per gallon for JP8, plus or minus 0.1.
There you go.
So it's pretty stable then. Yeah. So yeah, but you could imagine, Brandon, when the captain came on and said, "Oh yeah, they got some software from the internet and apparently it doesn't work," and I'm like, "Are you what did you just say? You what?" Because downloading shit off the internet and using it in that kind of application is probably not something you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's what they would call safety of flight, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't go on the internet and download software and use it to design your airplanes. That's a bad idea. It's
or,
not
or
good.
or even operate.
Right, right.
Uh, if you live in poor country, it's normal idea. You just find better software and test it before you use it.
Well, we all know about Ukrainian hacking, but
Well,
the FAA frowns on that.
uh, uh, we began be famous because of Russia, but it is what it is.
Yeah. So
they
speaking,
called the operation was called Midnight Hammer. I don't know if you guys heard that.
yeah,
Yeah,
and I'm sure that in Tokyo in 1941, when they were looking at the after-action reports, they were going, "Man, we did a great job."
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, there were many warnings to the U.S. government about that, and they didn't apparently take them seriously. I'm sure you guys have heard all those stories,
Oh yeah, and I've heard
about World War
stories
II.
that it was actually provoked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I believe we had embargoed all their oil and shit, didn't we?
yep.
At some point.
yeah. The Dutch, because most of the oil at that time in the Pacific was controlled by the Dutch.
Yeah.
Indonesia, probably.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but I mean, the Japanese obviously were not an innocent party. What they did to China was absolutely abhorrent.
China, Korea.
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah,
They were mean, nasty fuckers. I tell you that.
yeah,
No
yeah.
joke. They were bad. So I assume that's why
Soviet was
there was
bad.
the embargo and all that. Yeah.
Everybody was bad in that time. British do atrocity in India. Japanese do atrocity in China. Soviet do atrocity in all Soviet territory. Will be a little bit early to write of black people in the United States. That's why it just was horrible times.
Yeah.
And
Well, the atrocities in the United States were,
minor. No,
legion.
compared to another people,
Well,
you was
tell
just
that to the
great.
American Indians.
Yeah.
Uh,
Exactly.
not
Come
a,
on.
lo- not a lot of them. I'm so sorry. You just
I'm sorry.
was
They
a
wiped
quite
out
number.
90% of the fucking American Indian population on the continent.
In 20th century. Oh, it
In
was early
20th
because
century, no, it was an ongoing thing.
yeah, that's why I'm talking. Because if we start calculating stuff, we can just take account from much earlier times. So that's why I said
And
only about 20th century, because before that it
uh,
was early
by,
stuff.
by the 20th century, they were pretty much just, you know, a shell of their former selves.
Yep, I know.
I
It
think there
was
was a little bit of trouble in Canada, but other than that, and I mean, when I say trouble, I mean there was a
yeah,
little bit of genocide in Canada at that period
yeah,
of time, but the
uh,
majority of the Native American population had been decimated.
yeah. That's why about Canadian. It's famous joke about Canadian Geneva suggestions. And before it's only last few decades Canadians start be polite people. Before that, they have huge list of stuff what they doing. They was famous in First World War and that whole situation with Native Americans in Canada.
Yeah. We've got. I usually don't do this, but could you guys read the chats as well? And try. I'd like to hear what people have to say.
Sure. Who says Japanese weren't there just to conquer, they were there to destroy? Reason the
Yep.
resistance grew so fast, so fierce, when they're starving the general population in forced labor. Yeah. Oh, what they did to
Yep.
China is
Oh
Yeah.
God,
almost
yes,
beyond description.
yes.
Oof. And Korea and all the other areas where they went in. It's just wow.
Only one colony that not so damaged, probably Taiwan, like I remember. I'm not remember exactly, but Taiwan is less damaged compared to others. I can't be sure, but again, it just from reminder. But yes, Japanese was horrible people, and they wasn't so good in physics. That's why they tried to create chemical, biological, and all other pretty harmful stuff.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, they would. They were doing some experiments in China on
Yeah.
the Japanese were experimenting on the Chinese. With stuff that would make fucking Mendeleev fucking cringe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. They were doing some bad shit, and it was so bad that the communists and the nationalists got together and said, "Enough of this Civil War shit. We got to fight the Japanese." I mean, that's pretty impressive, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, what they did to those people is just, and then they finally got the Japanese out, and then Mao Zedong took over. That's what you. Oh God! Again, more of the beautiful utopia of communism. It's perfect.
Yes, because they win war because Soviets provide weapon to communists and nobody provide weapon to nationalists with Chiang Kai-shek. That's why they moved to Taiwan and stay from that point of view, begin a history of to China.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I think we tried to help the nationalists, didn't we? United States, England. I think so.
Not
Not
really.
really. Uh,
Because
they
I know the Nazis were in there doing something, and I don't remember what it was. Do you guys remember? They were doing something in China.
Well, well, the Nazis were an ally of
Japan, yeah.
Japan. So,
They doing
Of
only
Japan.
their stuff. Yeah, they provide Japanese with some technology. They provide with Enigma and all that stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
Submarines try to deliver it to Japanese Enigma stuff to protect their communication because compared to Germany's, Japanese was pretty bad in equipment and all that stuff. And if you know Japanese, you just mm, they pretty
Yeah.
bad in that shit. You read there totally.
I think I think God, it's there's a lot of different stuff, but I think that's where somebody got wind of Pearl Harbor. There was a spy, I believe it was a Russian spy or a German spy, was in Japan, and that's where he got wind of that, and I think reported it, and nothing ever. They didn't believe it apparently.
Yeah, sure.
So I
Because
think that's what happened. Yeah.
it's huge change because you need to make decision on such not really trustworthy source. Mm, Imagine that I said you need to buy some stocks on half of your money tomorrow, and probably I will be not best advisor, and you not really trust me, and probably not buy. Even if it's true, it's pretty low chance that you do something, and you will be right because for your point of view, it's much more expensive and much more risky than necessary. Yeah, definitely.
I think another interesting story from World War II was the Germany, the Nazis tried to get Mexico to attack the United States. You guys heard that one, right?
It was from First
Yeah,
World
yeah.
War, or in second they tried to do the same shit.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Ah, they not
The First
study
World
their
War,
lessons. Yeah, in First World War.
the First World War, they intercepted the fucking telegram
Yep,
that the Germans sent because it went through England, the cable.
yep.
Yeah.
It was, and when if they do the same nonsense in Second World War, it's just funny.
Yeah,
How?
and in the Second World War, it was a spy thing that we were able to discover.
Well,
Uh,
yeah. I'm not sure which one it was, but the British apparently had cracked their code or something.
Yeah,
But they didn't want to. They didn't want to go off and tell the Americans for whatever reason, directly. And so they had there was a workaround where there was a memo that showed up in Mexico that said this stuff, and so they had to figure out a way to tell the United States, hey, look at this, look what we found. But they already knew apparently, or something. I don't know what the story was. Pretty interesting stuff,
yeah.
though.
Well, the story is the transatlantic telegraph cable
Mm-hmm.
went through its furthest west point before it became submerged. It went through England, and England, of course, said, "Well, we would never read your communications. You have secure communications through this." But they were monitoring all of the fucking transatlantic telegraph communications.
Yep.
So, excuse me. They had to, but they didn't want Germany to know that they were monitoring their communication,
Right.
and that's where what you're talking about, what happened. What is going on up here? Oh, that's just construction. Good. I saw 2 accidents yesterday. I don't want to see any more today.
mm, uh, no, it just looked like construction
Yeah,
site.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So interesting stuff about all that. It's always interesting to see how things happen during the wartime.
I like the American solution to live, immediate translation during the Pacific War.
Yeah, the Navajo. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty good.
No, we'll
Yeah,
just have these guys that speak a language that is not written down anywhere uh, do our communications for us, and good luck fucking breaking the code. There you go.
yeah. Navajo code talkers. Yeah, perfect. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. Till they speak in native language, yeah, it's much harder. Yeah, in any case, can figure out some separate word, figure out and so on and so forth, but it's much harder, and you have need to long time for that stuff. Yep. Mm,
All right, boys. I gotta go. I gotta get some shit done.
Have fun, hamster. Bye bye.
I'll
yep.
talk to you later, Constantine. Good to see you.
Talk to you.
Okay. Bye.
Mm, Probably soon I need to go too, but we'll see. I have
Yeah.
few more minutes, and I even don't know where you're going.
I'm going back to Bentonville, Arkansas.
Oh. You drive around your base of operation, like I understand.
Yeah, we're
Arkansas,
contracted.
Missouri, all
Yeah,
that.
we're contracted right now with a company that called Walmart, which is huge, huge.
Small, nobody known company.
Yeah,
United States.
and
Nobody know.
I'm running
And,
distribution for them this week, anyways.
a lot of paperwork, not a lot of long driving.
No, not
Just
long drives. But lots of little drives, and I get I get paid the same amount every day. Doesn't matter how far
Mm,
I drive in this contract.
mm, I don't know. Is it really bad or not so bad? Just different stuff that's going on.
The contract?
Yeah.
Eh, if I was to get long routes, I would be making more money. But if I had shorter, routes,
It will be the same, I see.
it's you know, the potential for making more money exists if I was driving a different contract.
Hmm?
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just doing a pass, which is something
Oh,
I don't get to do a lot of passing cars.
and you are driving. That's I sit in front of monitor and make some drawing stuff.
Yep, just driving into the sun. Yay. So when you talk to your friends about America's attack, you can honestly tell them that we a lot of us are not behind it and are appalled and feel betrayed because the guy that we elected not to get us into any wars has gotten us into a war.
Unfortunately, I wasn't surprised with his behavior. I want that I can say that it was not what I expect from that guy because, like I said, I not really believe why, in which point you believe that billionaires with such behavior, he love only himself, he'll protect small people in the United States who vote for him. But again, it's only my point of view, and I just okay. But I understand your
Well,
position. We against Iran. On one side, we totally support him in that position. I just against that it was in such way without uh, declaring of war. I understand why
yeah,
they want.
here's another point that you probably won't agree with. Last week, before any of this happened, uh, the Federal Reserve Bank, which is supposedly independent of the government, refused to lower the interest rate
Yep.
because we're having a bit of a housing bubble collapse here. But they normally would reduce interest rates at this point, but they didn't do that. And instead, they were also made a couple of comments that we may have to adjust later, up or down. That was a message from the American sector, President Trump, that if he uh, and
Sorry, I lost
conversely
connection
also
on the
support
last of.
the military-industrial complex. Okay, where'd you lose?
I lose when you said that I know that your Jerome Powell refused to lower interest rate because of you have house bubble.
Right, and reducing the interest rate would take pressure off the house. Said in comments that they could adjust it up or down in their next meeting, and they meet once a quarter. So what they were essentially telling him was, you do what we want and keep the things that we want to run, like the military industrial complex and our close ties with the state of Israel. You keep going with that, or else we're going to crash the economy.
Mm.
You know, there are all kinds of tools out there for rich people. You know, people with real money, not like Trump, with real fucking money. They can do short selling of the dollar or anything else they feel like and still make money. They're going to make money, whatever happens, because they own the system. They own the monetary system.
Mm.
So they don't give a fuck. And I think that they blackmailed Trump into attacking that way. You know,
Maybe.
in my opinion, everything always goes back to who controls the money. It's always about the money.
Mm. Uh, I need to admit that I never have anything against that position because usually it's all about power or money. Usually both.
Yeah,
Mm, That's why I definitely need to agree that probably something like that happens around. And yep, I understand that house bubble is huge, and that's why I bet that you lower interest rate, and now it just not working for me well. But we'll see how it's going. Till ends of
yeah.
the year, we'll see how it's going. And I don't know. I don't know who and what leverage have against Trump. Trump, one of the people that I not really expect that somebody have leverage. If he with such biography, from my at
He
least what I
he's into real estate,
yep,
right? And if you
yeah,
crash
sure.
the real estate market, what happens to Trump? Yeah, he
Oh,
loses.
I think he lose a lot
Come
of
on,
money.
think about it.
No, I definitely, but I think that he want to stole so much money with crypto, with his Trump coins that he probably can sold his real estate stuff.
No, I don't think
Hmm,
so. I think that he's primarily invested in real estate.
Maybe I don't know, but yes, I definitely understand that people try to build leverage against him because it always happens to any president. Everybody want to be in charge.
Yeah,
It's
but
common situation.
that's pure guesswork on my part. It's
Yeah,
just
sure, I
it's
understand.
conjecture. I'm not. There's no proof of any of this,
Yep.
other than the
Uh,
fact that this event happened, and then we had the bombing. Yeah, I'm putting two and two together and getting four on that.
yep. And I see, but no, I definitely understand that it can be in such way because people are greedy bastards.
Yeah,
I never claim different stuff, and unfortunately, it is part of our life. No, I not like Iranians because they provide Putin with toys that destroy our sleep schedule totally. A lot of people die and a lot of people lose stuff because Iranian drones. They provide him with technology. We don't like Iranians,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we have some.
The next step is to start blowing up all the factories that make anything military in Iran.
Mm, we
Eh,
totally agree. For me, it's only one issue that you not make it properly. Hmm. I understand that he
ah,
promised for you the.
yeah, right. He thinks that this is a one and done, and they're just going to roll over and play dead. That ain't going to happen.
Yeah. We'll see how it's going.
Yeah.
Uh, for me, it's because international rules already not exist, and United States one of parts that support that new order is happening. We expect that you will be just part of civilized world without such stuff. We hope so. We totally understand that it's not always obvious stuff that happens, but
No.
because for me it's biggest issue when you not have any rules, it's really easy to start be barbarians, and it's nasty situation when you have a lot of nukes, a lot of stuff that can make a lot of damage. Ah,
Well, you look at where this is. A lot of this is coming from is there is, the petrodollar,
yep.
and it's beginning to be challenged by BRICS.
Mm.
So you're seeing the moves being made slowly and methodically to counter all of the BRICS countries. So whether that's Russia, Iran, India, China, Brazil, you're going to see that all of those countries are going to be portrayed in the West as some type of evil. That's the propaganda war to
With
get the masses fired up so that they can fucking support the World War III that's coming. And who the fucking players are going to be? It's going to be the Axis versus the BRICS. I don't know what the fucking call the BRICS guys. You know,
uh,
and the BRICS
on one
guys are
side,
doing the same damn thing, all except in reverse.
yep,
So there's no angel in any of this.
yeah. Ah, mm. And we believe that you win. We hope so.
Yeah, I would.
For obvious reason.
Yeah.
We on your side. 100%. Uh, Even if you not accept some of your method or something like that, we definitely on your side. Because it's better make deal with you than with Russians and Chinese and all that people that not really pleasant
I don't know.
to
I've been to Brazil.
everybody.
I like the people in Brazil. They're nice.
I not have anything against people. Usually I
And
have trouble
the
with governments.
yeah, and the actual Russian people that I know are pretty nice folks too.
Yeah.
Because the second ex-wife's family, a lot of them were from Russia. And
Mm.
when Babushka died, they came over for her funeral. I, good people as far as I can tell.
Yep. Unfortunately, usually people not evil.
No.
It's usually government that think that we need to keep power, money, and all that stuff. For normal people, it's not the ideas, empires. Till empires not provide you with basic stuff, give you opportunity to make money, get live your best life. It's not worth it. Even discuss that empire. Who's care about your
Yeah.
empires if you can't provide Medicare and pension for your old one, opportunity for people who have a kids and all that stuff. Hmm. Fortunately, it is what it is.
Yep. The problem is it's game upon game upon game, and there's contingency plans, for every situation that we're not aware of.
Usually for that I said I can't translate that into English, but usually it's not game plan inside play. It just fuck up after fuck up after fuck up. If you read history of Iran, it's whole history of Iran. It's just CIA fuck up after CIA fuck up after CIA fuck up.
Well,
Uh, Iranis initiate embargo of 1973 in OPEC. After that, Westerners was against Iranis and support revolution against Shah because he fuck up. Iranis threw away Shah. CIA happy. After that, Iranis ask people, you stay without money and Shah's money, and we order from you nuclear power station. They say fuck you. They said American is evil. American support Shah. And after that is then in Arabic country in USA support Iraq to fight against Iran. Then after that Iraq can't do that. They step with debt and want to attack Kuwait. Then all against Iraq. And all whole Middle East is just fuck up after fuck up after fuck up.
well, your problem with that is Saddam Hussein
Yep.
was the Soviets' bitch.
Mm,
He was not the Americans,
mm.
and you know
Read a little bit more. They in because
now
Iranians.
did America supply a little bit of help
Yeah.
to him? Sure, but the French,
Yeah.
having seen the guy that they fomented to overthrow the Shah because they wanted
Yeah.
the oil,
Yep.
right? Ayatollah Khomeini turned around
Yep.
and told the French to fuck off.
Yep.
The French actually were playing a lot of politics in that area of the world.
I know. And they mess
And
up even more the CIA from my point of view.
much more.
But again, whole history of all that happened, it's not huge contingency plan. It
Yeah,
usually huge fuck up plan for one on another side. Then all going not as planned in so many ways that you just people.
right. And if anybody was playing badly, it the worst fuck ups were the British.
uh, okay, we split territory into country. 70 years India with Pakistan fight. Okay, we will not split the country. You have 70 years of Israel with Palestine fight. Yep. I need to accept that point of view that British make most of that stuff. Uh, yep.
And everybody loves Winston Churchill, but this is fucking in his lap. This whole fucking shit we're still dealing with today was because Winston Churchill fucking fucked this up badly.
Yes.
Now,
Uh,
I don't understand to this day why Israel is a secular state. Now, it's for Jewish people. But the majority of Jews in Israel are atheists. And the government of Israel is secular. It is not a theocracy. But they treat people of other religions, Christians included, as second class citizens in the most holy of holy places, the city of Jerusalem. I mean, the city of, yeah, Jerusalem.
It's a little bit more complicated because
Well,
not
there
inside
are
out.
religious Jews, there are.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
the majority of Israelis are atheists.
yes. Mm. It's more about security and how it's going badly because of Sir Winston Churchill. I'm sorry. Because for other territory, Muslims work perfectly inside that. If you're Muslims that accept Israel as country, oh fine. You not have a huge trouble there, but again, it's not always the case.
Well, they would have had no problems. Well, I guess I can't say no problem. They would have had minimal problems being a secular state that had religious equality. There is
They
no
have religious
religious.
equality.
No,
They
they
have
do
religious
not.
equality.
They do not.
They
They
have
have.
Muslim party, they have Christian party. I have few people that live in Israel, and that's fair. Nobody
I
cares.
visited there.
I don't know. You visited
When-
how many years ago?
It was back in the 1980s or 1989,
I don't know. I
something like
never.
that. Anyways, they were, you know, I went and prayed in a Coptic church, and they told about how they were second-class citizens in Israel.
Hmm, I don't know about it because maybe in that
They
period of
cancel
time.
fucking Christmas, my God. Come on. You cannot tell me that there's religious fucking equality in Israel. It does not, that's just not the reality. They like to talk about it, but it's not true.
uh, my friends is Orthodox in Israel.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal for them. Maybe we're
Yeah.
not so religious, or I don't know, but
No.
nobody's told me such terrifying stories that somebody prohibits them to have Christmas in Tel Aviv. They not have day offs on their days and so on and so forth. They have just separate, but
Yeah.
not a big
They
deal.
were going after people who were walking the footsteps of Christ. They did not allow that this last year. People making
Yeah,
pilgrimages
yeah, I
to do.
know that stuff.
They
No, I not heard about that. I know about pilgrimage, but I don't didn't know they.
they
Uh,
limit access to the Dome on the Mount.
Drum and the Mount, I see. Yeah, that's
You
huge
know,
one story. Yep.
come on.
Dome on the Mount is huge trouble because from that Dome on the Mount, a lot of people try to do something to the wall, and it's headache for everybody.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't like that idea, but it is what it is.
Even the Ottomans ruled Jerusalem with a triumvirate. Now, in that time, the Muslim was the ones in charge, but
Yep.
the Christians and the Jews also had a say.
because Ottomans can do anything because they lose few a lot of wars against Russia and nobody can stop, and they depends on Catholic friends to stuff. If they have opportunities, they fuck up another religion. I know that stuff, unfortunately, but they haven't such opportunities. That's why it's worked a little bit differently.
Yeah. Now, what the Ottomans did to their Armenians, not nearly so nice.
Yep. Mm. No, I understand that nobody perfect, and they just did it to Armenians when they lose the empire and try to claim as much land for national territory because they lose the empire. Mm. And in beginning of 19th century, it just huge deal,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Um, Again, I can't blame people that born in South in slavery time because they think that's normal. From it wasn't normal, but again, at least they have such thinking. But again,
Yep. And slavery, only until the 18th century, became racial. Before then, it was not racial, and there was slavery everywhere.
not everywhere. Christian Europe not was
Yes, they
some pro
did.
slavery.
Well, okay, they had serfdom.
Yep, that's main reason.
Could you
And
move from village to village?
no,
No. Did
no, no, no.
you have to work and give part of your labor to the guy wearing metal riding the horse? Yes. Did you have to ask the permission of your lord to get married? Yes. Did he
Yeah.
stand out in the field with a whip? No. But if you didn't do what he said, he'd take all your shit and burn your house down.
No, I know that they have a little bit different stuff, and slavery just wasn't so common that Venetians have some slavery, mm, and Muslims have slavery
And there
in
was
huge scale.
slavery in Spain. There was slavery in Italy. Uh,
Depends on which time.
well, yeah, if you talk about the Romans, they had a lot of slavery.
Yeah.
But the folks, modern, what we would consider from the Enlightenment on forward, modern day, if you want to define it like that, that's how I define it. No, there wasn't a lot of slavery in Europe. They had indentured servitude,
Yep, they prefer such stuff.
which is
Uh,
slavery for a set amount of time in exchange for something.
yep. Mm,
That's how most of the French, Scottish, and Irish settlers came to America.
yes, but again, they came after even servitude wasn't a deal. Then already because they come
Oh,
from
bullshit.
no in
Indentured
England, Ireland.
servitude was legal in
Yes,
indentured servitude from
yes,
England to come to America. People were would have to sell themselves for 7 years or 12 years or something like that,
yep,
depending on the contract you got.
yes.
And that
Um,
had the full cooperation of the British government, and the same thing for the French government was doing it for its territories here. Um,
it was not inheritance servitude because you can sell your children in servitude too, but they practically lose so-called uh, uh, unreasoning
that
servitude, like we have on East Europe when they have in Poland and Russia. If you're not born noble, you are servitude.
right.
In
I'm
France
talking
and in England,
indentured
they can move.
servitude,
Yep, yep,
indentured servitude, not what you're
yep,
talking about.
yep.
And it is a form of slavery, right?
Yeah.
And that happened between Europe and its colonies. When the United States became a nation, indentured servitude did not go away. It just was not cooperating with the English anymore, or the French, or whoever. But you could still, until they passed the 19th Amendment in America after our Civil War in 1864, become an indentured servitude or an indentured servant in the United States. And
Yep.
here's something that you probably don't know: the only people who are allowed to own slaves in the United States to the modern day is the government. That's why they are allowed to work prisoners serving a jail term. Those prisoners are considered to be indentured servitude servants of the state.
Mm,
It's slavery.
yep. And I have a lot of questions. And why you have then private prison if only government can do
Well,
that?
well, are they? I don't know if they have work. Um,
Yes, definitely. That's main
if
reason
they
why
have
they operate that.
prison labor in those private prisons. I don't
Yes,
know that.
I
But
know
if
that
they
because I
do,
read
these
contracts
guys are doing it. If they do, these guys are doing it under license
that
from the government.
probably. Probably, but again, I know that they definitely have because I know that it's a huge part of their business sell work of prisoners to other companies in private prisons. It's huge chunk of money because they're a public company and you can buy shares in that private prison corporation. Uh,
And
and
I may have messed up the number on that amendment. I can't. I'm kind of drawing a
Not
blank,
a big
but I'm
deal. I
thinking
will
about
be
it.
not
Yeah.
will be professional lawyer in constitutional right of United States. But I remember that. Do you know that guys that figure out that House Bubble 2008? He's now famous and he's invested a lot of money in private prison 2 years ago and start investing in that period of time. And just now, he was right. Yep.
Well, can you read some of the chats that we're having? I want to hear what people have to say.
Mm, great to see you smile. Enjoy the can I am. It's not a physical demanding. I still have all the bells and whistles. Had and meet friends for today. It's skins. Nothing a lot of interesting.
Okay.
Almost 6 years ago, then the North decided to come south, and we entered, and the country actually started the Industrial Revolution at the country, and now 21st century. Hmm. It's common. Just I need to. Some people catch us when we talk about Japan, Korea. Japanese wasn't there just to conquer; they were there to destroy. Reason the resistance grew so fierce when they starved the general population and forced labor. If you look at Korea, it was destitute country before the Japanese. The Japanese was there about 40 years. Then World War II ended and was withdrawal. They weren't defeated in Korea. Then peaceful. I know that Korea was their colony till they kick ass of Russians in 1904, 1905. That early war. Mm, Not a lot of stuff's going in chat. At least maybe if I read something on YouTube, it will be more.
Okay. Well, you'll
But
you're seeing everything in the chat on StreamYards. It's both YouTube and Rumble.
mm,
There won't be any
okay. Mm,
more. Ugh.
so, as I discuss something that I can really understand. Do you have any complaints about the can I am? The only one I have heard is it difficult to do your own maintenance.
Oh, the Can-Am is a motorcycle that
Okay.
the guy searching Grinch owns.
Okay.
It's got three wheels, and he had bone cancer, so he doesn't want to have to worry about his bike tipping over and breaking his leg.
Oh, hope he will be fine. Mm, yep. Hmm. How long to your destination point?
About 2 hours.
Probably I leave you on that point. Try to catch you on the week. Have a nice ride.
Okay.
Take care of yourself. See you, man.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello.
Greetings, sir. How are you?
Sorry I wasn't really paying attention to who was behind stage. Papa Smurf, Grinch, welcome.
Greetings.
How you feeling today, Brandon?
Oh, I'm feeling great. How about yourself?
I'm a little sore. Did a lot of riding yesterday, and my right calf muscles a little sore from hitting the brake pedal a lot. Yeah.
Oh,
Ugh.
have to get back into shape on that part.
And it's the meeting a friend for lunch today, so my other friend can't make it. His mom broke a tooth, so he's got to take her to the dentist. So I'll take the truck and take Mr. Z with me, and he'll enjoy that. He'll go for a ride.
How long have you had that Can-Am?
A little more than a year.
You really like it?
I love it. As long as you don't care what other people think about what you ride.
Sounds like a Ridgeline driver.
Yeah. Most of the Harley guys don't even look at you. But deep down inside, they all know someday they're going to end up with one.
Did you ride a motorcycle before?
Oh, yeah. I've been riding most of my life.
Same here.
I rode a little more than an hour with my wife yesterday. And then I went back out later for 2 hours by myself. And I didn't put my foot on the ground one time.
Well, you don't have to on a Can-Am.
You know,
I know.
if
That's
you've
great.
got a sore calf, you're probably in a lot of stop and go traffic then, huh?
Where I live is mostly rural. So I ride all the back roads and try to stay off the highways.
Yeah, back roads are the best. The scenic back roads are really great. If I could ask you just a few questions about it, how much fuel does the tank hold? What's the range? How miles per gallon? Stuff like that.
Well, the book claims it holds 7 gallons. I've never put more than 5 in it. If I put 5 gallons in it, I get about 200 miles to the tank.
So about 40 miles to the gallon?
If I'm riding highway miles, yes. In city, I'm getting about 34, 35.
That's not bad at all.
Now, I don't have the 3,000 miles on it yet, so I haven't done the first oil change.
Oh, you bought it brand new, huh?
I ordered it the day they went on sale.
Cool.
I ordered the 24 Sea to Sky, so the livery for it was white and black with bronze wheels, and it has Bluetooth. It has everything on it. So I listen to XM radio jamming down the highway, and oh yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, my motorcycle riding days are closely coming to an end, and I've been looking at three-wheelers, and I've decided on the Can-Am. Harley makes a three-wheeler, and then there's another company called Frankencycle that will turn anything into a three-wheeler. But Can-Am, they have their Rotax engine in it, and and I've heard a lot of good things about it. So when I can't ride two wheels anymore, I'm going for three.
That Rotax engine, that 1330 that they have in it, is 115 horsepower. That thing scoots like a scalded cat. And there's no clutch. There on the model I have, there's no clutch, and it's a brake pedal like a car. So it automatically does all the downshifts. You just have to upshift it. You can downshift it if you want, but I just keep it in eco mode so that way I can try to get the best gas mileage out of it.
Yeah.
It's very comfortable. Nice heated seats and grips and adjustable windshield. And they make a bunch of different upgrades. So if you want to customize your bike, you can do that.
Right.
They just came out with an 800-watt sound system upgrade for it. I'm tempted.
Yeah. I'm reading now where it's saying they're coming out with an electric one. Now I'm not too keen on getting a fully electric Can-Am, but they're also coming out with hybrid motorcycles.
Yes.
So everything's really changing. So if they came out with a hybrid and it proved to be roadworthy for it tested, I might even consider one of those. I've got an electric motorcycle, but I put it up for sale because in Texas they started charging an extra $200 a year for electric vehicle surcharge on your tag renewal.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And it's because they were losing tax dollars at the pump. And I'm thinking, man, it's a motorcycle. And as soon as I saw my new license plate renewal and it had the $200 charge, I said, that's it for me. I bought it, just so I wouldn't have to, pay extra money. And, but anyway.
They make Can-Am just came out with a 3-wheeler set up for off-road.
Really?
Yeah, hard saddlebags, the whole bit. Knobby tires. It's got the same Rotax
two-wheeler,
motor.
a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler?
3.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Man, things are just happening so fast.
I'm actually considering getting another one in about a year or two. Because I can't take my dog on my Can-Am, but if I get a bike with a sidecar, then I can take Mr. Zeke with me everywhere I go.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my main man.
Yeah. What state are you in?
I'm in Pennsylvania. I live over by Pittsburgh. So I get a lot of, nice hills and backcountry roads where I live. It's nice. You want me to open the door for you, baby? Okay, I'll open the door. Oh, yeah. My dog's on chipmunk detail. Scaring away the chipmunks that try to eat my roses.
Brandon, where are you headed to today?
I am going to Bentonville, Arkansas. Right now I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay. Who are you driving for now? Walmart?
Yeah, that's who our contract is right now.
Yeah, that's I heard you say not too long ago when I was lurking.
Brandon, did Brother Who get in touch with you?
Not on text message, and he's left some, comments, but I can't read the comments while I'm driving.
Yeah, I
And
understand.
on Saturday, he tried to get into the stream, but I was playing D&D and didn't let him in.
Understood. Well, at least he knows that you wanted to talk to him. Yeah, he was over at Outlaw's stream when I seen him and said, "Hey, when you get a chance, get in touch with Brandon." Yeah, because he lives right there in OKC, so
Yeah.
someone to have lunch with there.
I didn't know he lived in OKC until this last weekend.
Yep.
I for sure would have introduced him to SCE.
Yeah, that's a big hole in the brotherhood right there. SCE gone.
Yeah.
You know,
Amen.
if I could just interject a little bit, when I first met SCE, it was probably I'm going to say about 6 years ago, and I had posted some nefarious stuff on YouTube. And before it was taken down, I had a lot of people mad at me because they thought I was posting pornography. But it wasn't well, I guess it could be considered pornography, but it was what women are really like. And I've kind of been reprieved right now because now a lot of it's coming out on newspaper articles, women getting arrested for, being caught in different positions with their. Yeah, anyway, but SCE was about the only
Pets.
one that
Let,
stood up for me. He said, there's a lot of people out there mad at you, but I think it's funny. And so then he introduced me to DR and Duality Reality, got into the men's room, met a lot of other brothers there, but SCE really stood up for me. He was just, like that. One guy that was really mad, his name was MGTOW Eddie. I don't know what he goes by now, but he came on there and said, I thought you MGTOW guys were upstanding men, but, what you posted on, YouTube, it was taken down. It wasn't up there for very long, but, I wasn't trying to put anything pornographic, but it's like a big warning, this is what women are really like, that's so. But anyway,
yeah, and
it's
now we call it the dog pill.
yeah, that's exactly right, or the horse pill, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good. So, oh, and he got me into the men's room with DR. He said, "I'll get you into the men's room on Discord, but don't be posting any of that stuff like that anymore." So, I didn't. But yeah, he's sorely missed. He was everywhere. SCE was so. We'll see him on the other side. He'll be there standing alongside my brother Jesus when I get there.
Amen to that.
Yep. Amen.
Okay, well, with that note, I guess I'm out of here. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Yeah,
Take care.
yeah. Hey, thanks for the Can-Am info. And Brandon, take care. Be safe. Keep the shiny side up and the greasy side down.
Always a pleasure, Brother Smurf.
Nice to speak with you, MGTOW Smurf. Take
Like,
care.
likewise.
Smurf's a good man.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is famous for printing out MGTOW stickers and sending them to people. I am out, but I had some at one time. But I don't get by his part of Texas very often, unfortunately. It's unfortunate I don't see Smurf, but it's fortunate I don't have to drive in Houston. So I really don't like driving in Houston.
Big city.
And a poorly designed one. You know, here in Tulsa, this is to be expected. It's rush hour. It looks like there's a fucking wreck up ahead in a construction zone. So, eh.
Hmm.
It's always a slowdown right through here, but today it's especially slow.
So everything on my endoscopy, I don't know if I told you, came back negative.
Good, good. Yeah, you didn't
So
have the
hopefully,
results yet. You didn't have the results yesterday when we talked.
okay. Yeah, everything came back negative. Now I have to speak to the physician to see if they want me to do the colonoscopy, which I'm in favor of rejecting.
Yeah.
I've had enough of those. That was an interesting conversation you had with Ape yesterday about that diet.
Yeah. I read a little bit about that yesterday and got to thinking about it and decided to hold off on my shopping until I had a plan. So I was parked right across the street from an Aldi's, which is where I like to shop. But without having a plan, I didn't want to go and buy a bunch of stuff that could be bad for me versus the diet, because I think I am going to do it. I'm not going to go full carnivore because we're not carnivores. It's the same. That's like, to me, that's like being a vegan. It it it, it doesn't make any sense. People are omnivores.
I just realized something. It's my turn to buy lunch. Shit.
That was the breaks, brother.
Yeah. So I'll get. We're gonna just meet up at a Hardee's, something simple, because
Ah, fuck. And you're bitching about that? Come on.
That's where we usually meet up, because if he gets a call, he has to go right away. Nobody feels bad about chucking a hamburger,
Yeah.
you know. And he's the only one on duty today. The chief is off, so if he got to roll, he got to roll.
Right.
So I'll get a mushroom Swiss burger and a large fry, and share my fries with Mr. Zeke. He likes French fries.
Well, I had some good fries last night. I went to a barbecue joint, and they cooked them in the beef tallow. Got them crispy on the outside like I like them.
That's how they're supposed to be cooked in beef tallow.
Yeah, and not like mushy on the inside. You know, sometimes they overcook them, and these were really perfect. And I had the 3 meat plate, and they had 3 different kinds of sausage. They
Ooh,
had hot links, um, garlic, and Polish sausage, cheesy Polish sausage, but cooked in barbecue sauce.
ooh,
And
that sounds good.
don't tell RO, but I had the North Carolina barbecue sauce on that stuff.
Wow. Any good? The
Yeah.
sauce?
Oh yeah. I give RO shit about it, but it doesn't mean that I don't think it's delicious. But it's RO, so you have to give him shit. But don't tell him I said that.
Oh. You had somebody just joined your chat. Fag towels are all liars.
Yep. He's one of our, our famous trolls.
I love trolls. Love the trolls. Oh, hummingbird at the feeder. Nice. Nice. Oh, heck. Look like the traffic cleared out for you. Nice.
Yep. Got out of the construction zone and past the accident, and everything was okay. Cop came and pushed the guy whose car had stalled.
Yeah, get off the road.
Yep. To put this kindly, he was driving a pushable car.
That's one thing you don't see here in Pennsylvania because of state inspection laws. There are no Fred Flintstone mobiles here.
Yeah.
Hmm. The landscapers just showed up.
All right.
Hmm. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to let him go out to go pee before they, start
Yeah.
working. Be right back. Oh, my goodness. I looked at the front storm door.
Yeah.
It's been decorated by nose art.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I got a chance to put the windows down. It's almost 90 degrees already, so that way air the truck out. Yep. Good boy here. Are you eating breakfast? That's a good boy. Oh, what's going on in the chat here? Hey, good morning, Radical Rafter.
Howdy, Rafter.
RO said he's driving, and Rafter told him texting and driving, that's a bad dog.
Yeah, he is a bad dog doing that.
And RO said he's sitting in park. So.
To roll up my newspaper.
I want to watch you shove his nose in it.
Well, the whole physical part thing, that goes between Ramadi and Rafter.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I stopped making fucking threats on people physically for physical violence 30 years ago. Now I either do it or I don't. I just don't fucking talk about it ahead of time. Life goes much smoother if you don't run your fucking mouth.
Did you hear that the Israelis hit those sites again?
I wouldn't doubt it. They're continuing to get ballistic missile attacks. They're not going to stop until they stop.
Well, they hit the 3 sites that we hit, destroying all the outer infrastructure and access to the mountains.
Yeah.
Al Jazeera was bitching about everything.
Well, yeah.
Saying how the Israelis started the war on the Palestinians, and so really? Okay.
Depends on how far back you want to go.
Well, I took it all the way back to where they actually started. The Palestinians were a tribe from Iraq. That lived in Syria and Jordan and Egypt and been kicked out of every country they've ever gone to
Well,
because
you
they
can
don't
say the
want to
same.
act civilized.
You can say the same thing for the Israeli. They were a tribe from Egypt.
Yep.
It's if you really want to go say whose land it is, it's the Canaanites. But well,
they don't exist no more.
No, there was sort of something about a proclamation from God to fucking destroy them.
Oh my goodness.
And yes, they were named after that Cain. Although I never did understand how Adam and Eve's son could have fostered a tribe that survived the Great Flood. But hey, who am I?
Well, wasn't the daughter of one of Noah's sons not of his tribe? And that's where that came from?
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's been so long since I read that part of the Bible, I forgot that. You're right. And because one of Noah's sons witnessed his father laying naked and made fun of him, then his son was, who was named Cana, had the curse put on him. That's right. I fucking completely forgot about that until you just mentioned it.
So once again, poor choices caused everybody to suffer.
Yeah.
That free will sure is a bitch, isn't it? Ugh. RO said he's in Palestine right now, heading to Athens.
Yep. Palestine, Texas.
And the stock market went up today. Good. I could use them to make some money.
I spent 3 days in Palestine waiting for a job.
Yeah, when I muted myself, I had a quick phone call from the missus. She was concerned that it might be too hot for Zeke in the truck, but we park in the shade and eat outside. So, he'll be all right. He'll be in the truck. I'll just leave the air conditioner running with the windows down. Get him maybe a four pack of some nuggets. And some French fries. He'll be happy. Got to take care of my boy. I got a VA phone call today at 4. Wonderful.
Okay.
Hi, baby. You come see Dada? Oh, my soft puppy. You're so soft. You're soft fur. Yeah. Good boy. Yeah.
Hey, Bill,
Hey, Pappy.
can you go to vets in shorts?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I figure it's gonna be too damn hot, so I'm just gonna wear shorts.
Yep. Pappy has a 1 o'clock VA appointment. So Cindy will take him there. Ooh. And I'll have the dog. Mr. Dog. Yes, sir. I can tell I've been doing a lot of riding lately. My bike's filthy. I gotta clean it tonight. Oh, the baby get sleepies on his eyes. Yeah, baby got sleepies. Oh. So how's Sam doing today? Sleeping?
Of course. He has assumed the road position.
Did he get his roller dog?
He has not had a roller dog. We'll be getting that when we go through Silent Springs.
Okay. I could only stay on Hammer's string for about a half hour yesterday.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've seen my comment that I made, but I had said that shoe on head looks like the Bucky's beaver.
Well,
She
I
got
didn't watch it because I went to sleep early.
okay.
I was just fucking exhausted yesterday. But she is average. She's not ugly, but she's not good looking either. She's just average.
I forget who said it, but one of the commenters said she would normally be a 4.5 to a 5.5, but she's a 6 because she's skinny. There's not many of them left anymore. So she gets an extra, half a point.
Yeah.
Isn't that the
Well,
truth?
that is the truth. But I would. She looks like somebody who starves herself. You know, not like just a normal freaking girl from when we were growing up.
Yeah.
So that kind of, even though she's skinny, it's not a fucking healthy skinny.
I love those videos that Dak shows from the 70s to today.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the girls were so much prettier.
Yeah, natural is better.
Oh, absolutely.
And not because they were working out, just because they were active. You know?
Yeah. Isn't that the truth? Rafter says obese women in America is the norm today. Ugh. I can understand as they age, they gain some weight. That's understandable. But when you're 25 and you're
Yeah.
hitting 230, come on, man. Do you think you'll get a second trip today?
I hope so, but it's hard to tell. I'm going to have 11 minus 4. I'm going to have 6 hours left when I get there.
Well, it's almost 11 o'clock, so I'm going to drop off. I'll check to see if you're still streaming when I get back.
All right.
So stay safe, and I will talk to you soon, my friend.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, who? What's up, Abe?
Nothing. What's going on with you?
Hopefully I didn't have you sitting back stage for too long.
Nope. About 10 seconds. You were Johnny on the spot.
Well, I'm about ready to need one of them.
You're going to leave a spot in your drawers?
No, I'm within sight of the loves. I'm going to fill up the tank, then empty my rear.
How was your
And,
barbecue?
It was pretty decent. The best part about it was the French fries.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the barbecue. It was better than average, but not super.
Did you see that video of that place in Thornton, Colorado I sent you?
Yeah.
That looked good.
Oh my God. There's no way I'd order that much food though.
No, I was thinking 2 people.
Oh yeah.
Split it.
Yeah, but
Because technically it's not a food challenge anymore. They just did that because that guy's a competitive eater.
right.
That's just a dish you can buy. And I was like, holy crap, that's perfect for two people.
Yeah.
That 6-pound burrito was a monster too.
Fuck yeah. I don't even think AKS could eat that one. That motherfucker can eat.
It's funny that all these people that do all this stuff they're all skinny. You know? They got this one channel, I can't remember what her name is. It's a woman, and she goes and does these things, and it's something Kaylee eats kilos or something like that. And she does all these damn food challenges too. And it's like, fuck.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
That Beard Meats Food, though, that guy's pretty funny. I think I've only seen one of his videos where he couldn't finish what he had. But God, he can put some food away.
Fucking A. Yeah, and she sort of makes fun of him on a couple of her videos. She says, like, she was doing a burrito challenge, and she's like, I'm glad I don't have a beard. You know, because she was like covered in fucking
Burrito sauce?
queso and shit. Yeah. We're stopped, so I've been given a snake.
Oh.
Completely asleep until I get stopped, and then it's like, here's a snake. What do you want me to
Playtime.
do with that snake? Huh? Where's that snake? Where'd that snake go? I'm not getting out of the chair to get the snake. That's your snake. You get that snake. Get the snake. I can't reach it back there. You've got to bring it to me.
Ugh. Boy, I had some good thunderstorms come ripping through last night, right as I was trying to go to bed and go to sleep, of course.
Yeah.
And then you just start to sleep and the next one would hit. It's like, oh, man. Tired today.
That's the beautiful thing about my time in the Navy. Noises don't fucking bother me.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I got Sam.
Yeah.
I just don't fucking wake up.
Yeah, it's nice having the 4-legged alarm clock.
Yeah.
I don't, you hear trains all night going around and honking and stuff, but you get so used to it that your brain doesn't even register it anymore.
Right.
You just know that it's a sound that it should be normal. You hear it all the time. It's nothing unusual, so you just keep on sleeping.
Yeah.
And she usually doesn't bark. I've only heard her bark a couple of times. She'll woof a little bit if something's up. She hears something. But it's real quiet.
Well,
She's
Sammy,
kind of
you
she's
know where we
sneaky.
are, and I've got to get the fuel first before we get the roller dog. So calm down. I'll I'll be back in just a bit. I got to fuel up.
All right.
That's right. You tell him, Sam. needed to tell that guy twice. Wow, he wasn't listening.
Well, how many gallons did you end up putting in?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what kind of a response I've been getting to my little short. Hey there, Abe. Well, YouTube is reporting that I have about 700 views, but the actual numbers are 12,500. So,
On
woohoo!
one short?
On one short. I didn't restrict it to children or anything like that. I just made it.
Wow, that's that one you did this morning?
Yep.
12,000 views, but they'll say you had 700?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not being shadow banned.
No, no. I'm also none of the comments were showing in YouTube. Right? None.
Yeah.
Yours, none of them. A lot of other people too. And I had to reply to them on the offsite too.
Well, and in order to make a comment, I had to like that video, then go into my channel and go to the liked videos and play it again, and then I could make a comment.
Yeah, they're playing little fuck games. They don't
Yeah.
like it when you don't pull the fucking party line. Anyways, I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna go get some iced tea and a roller dog.
And you got to go poop too, remember?
Well, yeah, but I wasn't gonna say anything about that again.
You're going to lay a roller dog, and then you're going to go buy a roller dog.
That's right. And Sam doesn't like this bitch filling up her truck. He's a sexist, misogynistic pig dog.
I thought he was a woke Democrat.
I'm working on it. All right. Be back in a bit.
All right. Well, that was quick.
Yeah. Sometimes things just go out lickety split.
Sam eating his roller dog.
Yeah. A nice turn signal, asshole.
Yeah, that guy that pulled up in front of you yesterday was a special kind of idiot.
Oh, yeah. Young guy, too. Looking 30 something.
They just don't have any perception of what it takes to stop a big rig.
I blame participation trophies.
Yeah. I had this old farmer do that to me one time. Stopped at this dirt road, and I'm on the highway, and I'm doing 65 miles an hour, and he waits until I'm about 150 feet from him, and he pulls out in front of me.
Yeah.
It's like, how the fuck have you lived this long doing stupid shit like that? You should have been killed by a semi or something years ago. And then he proceeded to drive 40 mile an hour on the highway.
I knew I couldn't stop, so I just passed him. It was double yellow line and everything. But
Yeah.
I've made up my mind in advance. I'm not going to eat the ditch. And I'm not going to do a head-on collision. If I can avoid it, I'm going to avoid it. But if I can't avoid it, I'm crawling up the ass of the fucker that fucking did something stupid.
Yeah.
And they can have the full consequences of their stupid actions, and they have volunteered to become my fucking crumple zone. You know.
Yeah, when I followed that one guy into the ditch, I followed him off of the road when he cut me off because I didn't want to hit the guy in front of him or anybody else. So I just hit the brakes and started following him. And guy, you talk about somebody, I'm pretty sure he probably pooped a little
Yeah.
because all he saw was the grill of that truck I was driving. Little Mini Cooper. I think he did a mini pooper. Right at the mousetrap on I-25. Just starting to go under the first set of overpasses, you know, just north of downtown there. And this idiot pulls in front of me, and then I look up, and I was trying to keep like 4 at 50 miles an hour. I was trying to keep 4 to 5 car lengths. Well, when you do that in Denver, 5 people pull in front of you.
Right.
So I was slowing down, and this guy fucking cut in front of me, and I looked up, and all I saw was red taillights. And so I started hitting the brakes, and then this guy finally saw the red taillights as he was getting done cutting in front of me. And I mean, I was standing on those brakes. And he decided, well, I'm just going to go off under the shoulder. So I just followed him because I thought, I'm not going to hit the guy that was in front of you. I'm going to hit you. Cameras went off. I called the boss and I said, you're going to see me go into on the side of the road right after a guy. And he goes, what'd you do? And I said, he cut me off and then slammed on his brakes right in front of me. So I figured I was going to hit him if I was going to hit anybody. And he just started laughing. All right. You didn't get in a wreck. That's all that matters. I said, yeah.
And I'm following the honey wagon. I think that's one truck that I might fucking try to avoid.
Yeah. You might get your windshield washed for you for free
Yeah.
from the honey pots. I gotta go take my Muttley into the vet today. Get her last round of shots for a while.
Yeah.
I guess is our last rabies, last distemper. And then one other one. I can't remember the name of that one, but it's like a three in one type deal. And then she should be good for quite a while.
Yep. I've got to wait until February next year to do Sam again. Oh, wow. They use such strong cleaners on this trailer this guy's got that it's washed the paint off of the license plate.
Is that the honey bucket?
Yeah. I guess it's not the trailer, it's some type of tailgate thing that he has.
Is he set up to pump out septic tanks, or is that like for porta potties?
I'd have to say porta potty
Yeah.
because it's not the real big thick hose. It looks like 2-inch hose.
You like them thick hose, do you?
No, I don't. Actually, I like my girls a little bit thinner.
Yeah, there comes my locomotives by. He had to go push them an extra, let's see, 18 miles today. They were going up the hill and their second motor back on their coal train decided to just cough a couple times and die. So he ended up pushing them an extra 10. Yeah, it was 18 miles. And now he's going to go by honking the horn, go down a couple miles up the road and hook onto another one. And that's probably all he's going to do today. Damn, those horns are loud when you're standing next to one and it goes off.
Yeah, they are.
Basically got 130 pounds of air behind them.
I was thinking about getting one, but for a truck if I ever buy one, because I've got 115 pounds running pressure on this thing.
I've
That
seen
ought to
one on a
be.
cement truck. I've seen one
Yeah.
on a cement truck one time in Denver, and it was right between the barrel and the back of the cab, and it was pointed at an angle down
Yeah.
where it would go right into your ear if you were in a car.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, oh, God, that would be loud.
Yeah. That'd get your attention.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see that on a company cement truck. I thought, well, you're probably running the risk of getting into a little bit of trouble blowing that in somebody's ear, but who knows?
No, actually, there is no upper limit to the horn. The rules read that it must be distinguishable from the regular horn. Like, here's my regular horn, right? They call
Yeah.
that the town horn, and this is the highway horn. So,
Yeah.
but the fucking horn on the steering wheel is, I don't fucking use it. It's not manly enough for a truck.
It goes beep beep. It goes, hey. Well, I had me a 18-ounce ribeye for breakfast this morning at 7:30. I grilled one up. Went and bought a couple steaks yesterday, and I was like, dug in the back, and I was like, oh, there's the big ones. They're over a pound, definitely.
Yeah. Well, I've got it figured out in my mind. I'm going to get a fucking propane grill and get one of those little pressed metal ones so I can snip some of the legs and rig it so it can hang off the frame.
Oh, and just off this, like the side by the tires?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then take it in and out as needed. Not leave it out there, but when I'm cooking and when I'm going to let it cool off, just be able to hang it off the frame and not worry about it.
You've got a microwave in your truck, right?
No.
Oh, you don't?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I thought you did. Could you run a air fryer?
I probably could.
Probably, yeah.
Because those there's an air fryer that's called Tasty is the name of it, and it's a ceramic lined air fryer, and the grate is ceramic. It's not Teflon, so you're not dealing with
Poison.
DuPont.
Yeah.
But
Polychlorobiphenyls. Yes, Mr. Ape.
yeah, you can air fry a ribeye steak in this thing. It's big enough for a good sized steak, and it takes about 10 minutes. And it'll put a char on it. So that might be something to look into too, because those air fryers, you don't have to put any oil or anything in them, and they cook quick.
Okay.
Brandon needs a taco maker right there in the truck with him to feed him tacos all day and all night.
But I don't want to get married.
oh my God. You evil, racist, misogynist, woman-hating guy, you. How are you doing, Ape? You said you had some T-bone. I'll give you a hot bone. Oh my God, stop it.
I had a ribeye.
Does a ribeye have a bone in it? Because it should. Stop it. Let me give you the bone.
Only if it's a tomahawk.
Yes, sir. So,
are
hey,
you out of town? Did you go do some traveling?
I'm here in Florida. That's right, sir. That's right.
Oh, you're in Florida. Nice.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You might reconsider if you were here. It's like a fuck. Oh, Jesus. It's like Vietnam without all the ants and leeches and shit. It's terrible. It's fucking brutal here. But what are you going to do? That's why God invented air conditioning.
Yes.
But
you can always go out to the beach and go take a dip.
The beach is like 45 miles away. So I could, but.
Yeah, how far is the beach from, Hamsterland?
Daytona Beach is about 30 miles.
No, I mean Hamsterland.
Hamsterland?
St. Charles.
Oh, geez. That's about 2,000 miles, I suppose.
There you go. 30 miles, 2,000 miles.
Yeah, but I mean, it's...
Plus, we want you to take video and shoot, the surf with the banana hammock and...
Oh, yeah. Well, I
Maybe
went to
you'll get lucky
Daytona.
and get attacked by a bull shark.
Nah, I don't think so. New Smyrna Beach is where all the great whites come in to get lunch. It's like a buffet over there. It's like
They
a
have
human
had quite
buffet.
a few shark attacks in that area.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. That's about 30 miles east of here, I think.
Yeah,
So,
bull sharks and those little black tip like reef sharks. They like biting people on the feet too.
oh yeah. No, I mean I love the ocean. The Atlantic Ocean's cool, but I'm not gonna drive over there. There's so many goddamn tourists down here. It's summer, right? So they're all going ape shit. So nah, no thanks. I think I'll pass. I'll just sit here and have some beer. Oh my God, imagine that.
He said ape shit.
Pun intended. Some bitch. So hopefully me and my sis can get this stuff wrapped up this week, and then I never have to see this godforsaken shithole again. I hope so. We'll see.
Are you getting the house ready for sale and stuff like that, or?
Oh, we already sold it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, let me put it to you this way: we have a contract, and they're lowballing the living fuck out of us. But it's like, you sign this shit, we take the house. You don't have to do a fucking thing. We're done. It's like, okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Now, a man like Mr. Brandon, he might say, well, hamster, but you could rent it and you could paint it and sell it for more money. And you're right, I could. But I'm going to be in Denver in about 3 weeks, so I'm not going to be here. So,
I don't believe I've given you advice on how to handle your business.
well, what advice would you give me, Brandon?
I would say that, you should stick a feather up your ass and get all the dust off.
Okay.
And then after the place is cleaned up and you've opened the windows and let the light in, you should light some essential oils and spin in a circle counterclockwise with some Himalayan salt.
Oh,
And then when the spirit moves you, you should do whatever the spirit tells you to do.
well, I've already done that, Brandon. I'm way ahead of you. So
Oh,
I already got the. Oh yeah.
But-
He's
I
even
already
got
got
the
the
talisman.
I got the salty colon. The colon salty. We're done with that. So, well, I don't know if I told you this, Brandon, but the dude figures we'd have to spend about $100,000
That's right.
to update this place, and it's like, no, I'm not spending that. Fuck that. No. 145 in cash or 160 if I do all this fucking work. I'll take the 145. Fuck that. So, I think that's a fair deal. He's getting a hell of a deal, actually.
Yeah.
So, but what is it about it, Brandon? And I know I bitched about this already, but I'm going to bitch about it again. What is it about these people in Florida? They don't have any fucking lights. The windows are blocked off. There's no fucking light in here. What in God's name is wrong with these people?
And they don't want,
I should know. He was my father. I should know this, but yeah.
They don't want swamp squatch looking through the windows and watching.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, the Florida swamp squatch, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
well, that
there's
happens.
skunk apes running around down there. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, there's all kinds of Bigfoots and bears. You got the Florida puma. You got the Florida panther. Or the jaguar. That's the name of the...
Then you got damn pythons and boa constrictors.
Oh, you got all kinds of shit down here. So, yeah.
Gators.
They just don't want to see the aliens and shit when they come to the window. It's like, I'll block the window. No aliens. No aliens allowed.
You're not probing me this day.
Mm-hmm.
Would be fun to go down there and shoot those big iguanas, though, with pellet guns. That looks like a blast.
Oh, I don't even think you need a license. They just say, come and get them. Take care of it. They're invasive species. Same with the pythons and all that kind of shit. Yeah. And the not angelfish, kingfish, I believe.
Lion.
I think it's
Lionfish.
lionfish. Yeah. You can catch
Yeah,
a fucking boatload of those every day. Nobody cares. Take care of them, right?
Yeah, there's a guy with a YouTube channel, and that's all he does is he kills lionfish. He goes diving, and he has one of those little electric little underwater, looks like a little torpedo.
Yeah, the spear gun guy. Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah.
I've seen him.
Yeah, he just spears lionfish all freaking day, and he sells them to the restaurants and stuff.
Apparently, they're good eating, at least according to him.
But you got to do them right. You got to cut them up right, and there's only certain parts of them you can eat, I think. And
well, you got to cut the sides off, or else they'll jab you even after they're dead. And then the rest of it is just you can eat it. Now, Mr. Gape, here's what happened in Florida. Would you like to know?
What happened in Florida?
Sure.
Back in the early, probably 60s and 70s, people would get these exotic pets, like lionfish and fucking alligators and fucking boa constrictors and shit. And when they got tired of them, they would flush them in the toilet. Well, guess what? A fish don't care where he's going as long as he's got water. So they went into Okeechobee, Lake Okeechobee. And then eventually they spread out from there because I think Miami, Palm Beach, Dade County had to do some canal work to get fresh water or whatever out of Okeechobee. And there you have the problem. That's what happens. Oh, but this exotic fish, I just don't want to take care of it anymore. Well, flush it. It's fine. It's great. Nope. And so here you go.
They were dumping nuclear waste in your streams.
Yeah, in St. Louis. Yeah, that's true. Not my streams. What are you saying, Brandon? Are you trying to imply something?
I'm trying to imply that people in the 50s and 60s really didn't give a fuck.
They did some bad shit. Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, you can just look at the cancer rates in Washington State and follow the Columbia River from the Hanford Nuclear Reservation to the Tri-Cities, and then look at the cancer rates in those areas. Huh.
Sir. Gee, I wonder what happened there. Yeah.
Using river water to cool the reactor, but then somehow, those barrels they buried 60, 70 years ago that leaked into the ground. And they've had a couple of little oopses where there's a little cloud come out.
Yep, that's true. But I mean, you want the real thing. Look at some of those Russia problems they had. Not Chernobyl, but the other ones, where it's like, oh yeah, we got this thing, but it's fine, and all the people die of cancer. Ugh,
nothing to see here.
It's no problem. Just don't go outside and cover your face with a mask. Wait a minute. But the mask is gonna work. And sorry.
Yeah, the worst one, in my opinion, that hasn't really gotten to a point where it's going to get, is the nuclear graveyard of Russian fucking ships.
Like the submarines and shit? Yeah.
Yeah, and they just have a fjord way the fuck up in
Murmansk.
in the Arctic.
Yep.
They just mothball all their nuclear stuff up there and just leave it?
Yep. And it's all fucking rusting and fucking sunk and shit. And one of these days, it's good. What happens to fucking metal when it's around radiation is it gets brittle and turns to Swiss cheese. So, you have thawing and freezing and thawing and freezing and ice moving around, and eventually that shit's containment is all just going to shatter, and we'll have plutonium and uranium flooding the Arctic Ocean.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's going to be a good day. There you go.
Where's Greta? Where's that little doom troll at? Why isn't she protesting?
Yeah, she don't care about that. That doesn't matter. Because she's getting paid by those people. What did you say? Oh no.
Boy, did she plump up and get fucking ugly for being only 21 years old.
She was never good looking.
She was always ugly to start with, I think. Yeah.
Well, I think she was an alcohol baby. I think her mama was drinking frickin' schnapps or something when she was carrying her.
She from Sweden, or where's she from? Sweden?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Anytime is train time.
Yeah. But she can't be too stupid. She fucking speaks, 3 languages?
Yeah.
All she needs to know how to say is, "How dare you?"
How dare you?
I mean, most of us, man, we're dogs. We'd give her the hard one. Come on now. She might not be pretty, but she's good enough.
I would do it under special circumstances. Only if I could use petroleum jelly and fuck her in the ass.
Oh God! Oh my God!
And I would show her the petroleum jelly right as I'm sticking it in, and she would tell me, "How dare you!"
And say, "We're digging for oil."
Digging for something, yeah. Oh my God, Brandon, you got a mind today, you sick bastard from hell.
Just tell her you're fracking.
Yeah.
We're gonna frack, baby.
You see that, hamster? It takes a village.
It does take a village, absolutely. See, he's your wingman. That's what he is. And your doppelganger.
No. We look nothing alike.
Close enough to big fat guys with beards. That's close.
Hey.
Oh!
I'm losing weight, and I trimmed up the beard yesterday.
I saw you at the animal farm there. I know. I saw you.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that anymore. I trimmed about 6 inches of beard off.
Damn. How much food came out of that, though? You're really.
I ended up killing 3 small birds that were living in there that I didn't know about.
And I found that one pizza I ordered a few weeks ago. It was right there. Oh my God. I thought I did that. So, yeah, if you look at when we talked about this, we don't have to beat the dead horse, but you look at all these leftover nuclear electrical generators that the Soviets used for remote lighthouses and shit. They're just laying around. There it is. Especially in the early 90s when they broke up. So, kids that go out there and play, it's like, ooh, look at this. It says, do not run and hide. I say, that sounds good.
Yeah, let's hit it with a rock.
See what happens, yeah.
Poke it with a stick.
It's Cobalt 64. Was ist das? Nein. Throw it down now. Do it.
I saw a great video today. It's one of those self-defense channels. They show people getting shot and people trying to rob people and them getting murked. This one was from India. And a guy was holding a grudge since 1993 on this guy. He claimed that guy got him fired from their job in 1993. Well, he shows up at this guy's work and shoots him through the chest with a bow and arrow.
Jesus.
So the guy's kind of staggering back to the office, and this guy's trying to shoot more arrows at him. And these other guys come out, and this dude's got this big old stick, and he just waylays the shit out of this guy. They knock him unconscious, and then it's a freaking hoedown, man. Everybody's kicking the shit out of this guy when he's knocked out. And then the cops show up and grab him and haul his ass off. Didn't kill the guy, though, but it was a grudge from 1993. It's like, and he shot him with it looked like a homemade bow and arrow. It was weird. The guy's just walking around. He's got this arrow stuck in his chest. I'm like, geez, guys are hardcore. Usually they attack each other with curved blades and, kukris and shit. Machetes. He went Robin Hood. So how much longer are you going to be in Florida? You going to go hang out with Hammerhand?
Well, I offered Hammerhand the opportunity to come and take the scraps here at the house, but not sure he's going to be able to do that. Because we're going to have to throw all this shit away anyway. I thought, hey, there's something here you want, come up and get it. So, we'll see. We have a whole week. I'll be gone Friday.
Yeah.
Or if I can get the car transferred, I'll probably cancel my flight and just fucking drive back to St. Louis. So they got all these rules in Florida. You got to have all this shit to get the title and a license plate, blah, 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 right? So if we can get that working, I'll just drive back. I haven't started, yeah. I started
Is that the Audi?
No, I wish. No.
Oh, no,
Just
that was
Nissan Altima.
Yeah, True Blood's dad likes the Audis. That's right.
Oh, yeah. When they work, they're great.
When they break down, they're expensive.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed that. Now, I don't know if the old man did this, but I looked in the car today, and the fucking windows are all blacked out like he was a homie. Like he was, a drug pimp or something.
Well,
what are you doing?
Sense. That's the same thing they're doing to the windows on the house, right?
Kinda, yeah. But I just wonder if it's legal because it's very dark. I mean, there's some limit that they let you go to, especially on the front windows, and I don't know. I might have to ask the sheriff and see if this is all right.
Well, you can just look at whatever state you're going to be living in. I know my state, the side windows, passenger and driver side, have to be 35%. The backs can be basically anything you want.
Yeah, this is, it's really dark. I was kind of surprised.
Like limo tent?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. So I don't know if he did that himself or if that's the way the car came. I have to figure that out. But it doesn't look legal to me. It looks like somebody, like a drug dealer. Kind of, you see the cops stopping these guys with the dark tint and they get all crazy with the guns and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if he did that himself or I don't know. Doesn't look factory. So I'll give you that. I don't know. I have no idea why, but oh my God. Yeah. So another thing to worry about.
Probably the sun.
You don't want them swamp squatches checking you out.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah. That's right.
Anytime, hamster.
I'm going to go out tonight in Deltona, Florida, and do the hood pimp stuff. Yeah, I got the car, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, everybody's afraid of a G rolling up in an Altima. They'll think like you're a single mother.
Very good. That was good. Car's only got 9,000 miles on it, so, And it's a 7-year-old car. So that's the way he rolls. 1,000 miles a year, man. God almighty. Jeepers. So, yeah, I might have to ask law enforcement about that. Yeah.
Make sure if you get it serviced at like 30,000, make sure that they change all the filters in that transmission.
Because it's a CVT, yeah.
Yeah, there's a filter up on the top of the transmission that a lot of the Nissan dealers didn't even know about for years, and that's the one that is the filter for the pickup line that feeds the valve body, basically. And if it gets plugged, they shit a transmission, and then it's $3,500, and nobody rebuilds them. So you got to buy a new one.
Right.
So That's one thing about the Nissans. They all share that same CVT transmission, or like 10 models, different models share that transmission. And if you stay on top of it and you get those filters changed out, they'll run forever. That's what Nissan, it cost them a lot of money.
Yeah, well,
because of that screw up.
I still don't trust them, to be honest with you. But okay. But I mean, it's a free car, so you know what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and it doesn't even have any. It's not even hardly broke in yet.
No, I just checked the oil. The oil's fine. Oil's full. So I need to check the antifreeze. Probably put an air filter on it because I'm sure he didn't. Maybe a cabin filter.
You probably ought to drain the gas tank and then fill it up with some fresh gas too.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It was running a little bit rough, but not terrible. But I don't want to drain the gas tank. Fuck that. I'll just fill it up with
put some non-ethanol in it and drive the hell out of it.
Just get some of that like synthetic shit you put in your tank. Close enough. Probably be all right. But I mean, it wasn't sitting for 20 years, Brandon. It was only like a year and a half. So.
Oh well, I didn't know how long it had been sitting. Well, get some injector cleaner, put that in there too.
Yeah, that's what I would. That's what I would do. Yeah. Get some. What is the shit I like? Purple, royal purple. I think works pretty well.
Yeah, either that or seafoam works really good too.
Yeah, seafoam is good. I like seafoam.
Yeah.
Do not use Lucas.
Lucas. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I tried Marvel Mystery Oil additive once, and I tried Lucas, and I tried seafoam, and I tried the royal purple. Royal purple seems to be the winner.
And it's cheaper.
Is it a fuel treatment, royal purple?
Yeah, it's a fuel treatment, injector cleaner, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Because I've used their two-stroke oil for a dirt bike I had one time, and I used some royal purple, and it was expensive. It was like $11 a quart, but it was almost completely smokeless two-stroke oil. It was dark purple, and the bike hardly smoked at all. It was really weird because some of them they just look like a mosquito fogger.
Right.
Yeah, you'd think that a deep purple liquid like that would give you some smoke
on the water.
On the water.
God. Yeah. And fire in the sky.
I saw that joke coming before he even started it.
I could feel it. I could feel it. Yes, I could feel it. Yeah. So speaking of that, I should go over to the AutoZone and get a bottle of Royal Purple. Put that in there. See how it works.
Get you an air filter.
Yeah, probably an air filter. Maybe a cabin filter. Because God only knows. I think it's been outgassing from the interior for, a long time. The windows were closed for a year and a half, so there's some kind of stank in there. Not good.
It's probably the mouse nest under the seat.
Yeah, could be. Could be a mouse in there.
Yeah.
Hard to say.
They ran out of French fries and died.
Well, yeah, that's it. The mouse that died.
Your dad would have the same car decorations you had.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. What are you trying to say, Brandon? Why don't you just come right out and say it? Don't beat around the bush.
Hamster has fast food trash in his car. There.
Yeah, from like a year ago. I just haven't figured it out yet or cleaned it out yet. You haven't seen the trunk, Brandon. Would you like to go see the trunk next time? Huh?
I would love to see the junk in your trunk.
Mm-hmm. I got some empty beer cans back there, so yeah, I need to clean the car out. I think that's a given. Yes.
Yeah.
But thank you. Appreciate that.
Might be a cheeseburger under the seat that's still probably pretty good.
Ooh. Yeah, could be. Could be.
Well, didn't that one guy, somebody bought a McDonald's cheeseburger, left it in the wrapper, and just left it in their office for like 7 years. And they said they opened it up and the bread was a little hard, but they said it never rotted and it never molded. That's spooky.
Yep. Yeah, it is. But I did open up the trunk, Brandon. In the old
Yeah.
man's car, I found
Uh-huh.
2 empty bottles of Johnny Walker Red.
Ah, he was on the
Handles.
sneaking it on the down low.
I guess so, yeah. 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 2 handles of Johnny Walker. Empty. What the hell? What the hell was he doing
That's
with
why
that?
you have the tinted out windows. When you're tipping a handle, you can't be getting caught by the man.
So, yeah. Yeah. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? God almighty. All right. Well, speaking of that, I better go to AutoZone and get some shit. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Later.
See ya. If I could find the goddamn window, then I can check out. See ya.
So you're out of Ponca City, Oklahoma. Where are you at now?
I am almost to the Walmart Walmart distribution center back in Bentonville, Arkansas.
Oh. And then do you find out what your next job is?
Yep.
It's a surprise.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. I'm going to have about 7 hours left on my clock.
Well, you could get
Send-
somewhere.
Yeah, see where they send me.
All right. I got to get going. I got to get everything wrapped up here.
Bye.
Later.
Be right back, brothers. Hello. Yes. Hey, what? No. All right. We're here. Let's do our paperwork, Sam. Okay. You don't want to come? Fine. I'll go on my own. Brothers, I'll be right back. I'm going to go unhook the trailer. Yeah, you're supposed to come when I call you. Yeah, we roll on up here to the Wally World distribution office, and I'll shut the stream down. Old Dominion. Oh, fuck. I gotta go back. Hope I can remember where I parked that fucker. I never got the number off it. Not a lot of movement in the yard. That means they're probably going to send me home. My last day. I'm supposed to be off tomorrow and Wednesday for the Walmart contract, but I have heard nothing from my company. All right. Now we have our number. Okay. Now we have all of our paperwork done. Purchase those on break. Of course, you're going to park right there, so you block me in. Nice. That's all right. I can back up. Okay. Sammy, you watch the truck. Make sure none of these Walmart guys messed with it. And I will sign off. So we've only got 3 people left. Hey, Chaos. Hey, Chris. I wonder what logo you're talking about. Oh, probably the Walmart logo. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Never thought about it like that. You're right, Kevin. No marriage, no cohabitation, no new children. Wrap it up in latex or she will get your paychecks. Very good point. And if Hemi was here, he'd tell you, don't bring your fucking girlfriend around here. He wouldn't be polite about it. He would not be Canadian about it. So, help a brother out if you get a chance. Because the golden age of MGTOW is coming. And we all need to survive till we get there. So peace out, brothers. I know you're all normal men, because that's who MGTOW's for. Y'all have a great afternoon, and I may or may not be back on another run. Bye-bye.